Hello folks, sorry for the wait, we'll be starting in just a moment now. Helps if I remember to turn on the microphone again. Oh, really?
Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
But it's you who insisted I join the Ascalon.
Please forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
You certainly have an inquisitive mind. It's quite something.
She
Elizabeth
sounds as
Asprey,
enthused as a wet blanket.
only you can make me smile in these difficult times.
And the same to you, Jonathan Reed. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to hear your report.
Excuse me, sir, there's a dead man here still.
I must admit the Guard of Priwen impressed me. They must have spent years preparing their plan.
I think we're safe for now. I pursued and killed the last hunter with my own hands as he tried to escape the club.
I mean, as you do.
Have you heard the rumors of some horned vampire revealing himself and singing obscure songs around the city? What is this new malevolence?
It's the same as the old one, really. Oh, the, Dawson is gone.
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lancebearer. Please tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reed. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
But some questions remain.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the survival of London. For that, we salute you.
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have another task for you. One of the utmost importance. Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
I'm not sure I'm the best candidate for such a task.
I can hear the hesitation in your voice, Dr. Reed. I admire a man of principles. But in this matter, there is more at stake than your moral comfort.
It's not a moral question, Lord Redgrave. It's the responsibility of giving immortality to a man I barely know.
Nonsense. Aloysius has been a member of the Ascalon for years. This is but the fruition of a long-held plan.
How would you
His
like
plan.
me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Before I go, I have a few questions.
All right, I'm listening.
Why Aloysius Dawson?
Because he is about to die. And he just may be the most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Did he choose me?
No, I did. My decision is very recent, to say the least, but it is entirely mine.
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reed. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
It's protecting. He doesn't want to be referred.
No, you... I can't remember. He joined the club because of immortality. However, I don't think he wants to become a vampire specifically.
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal rules? No women allowed.
Not allowed as members, no. But considering the circumstances, I thought you'd like to have her here to witness your triumph.
So it's a temporary admittance, then.
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis we're currently facing.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself. He has studied our kind for decades.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply that some don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
I didn't get to do the quest question. Alright.
Which, the thing is that the reason why they want you to do it is because you have old blood.
Yeah.
And you are more powerful, and they want to basically make a more powerful.
Are you all
you.
right, Jonathan?
Lord Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson, to make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
I'd like your advice on the matter.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turn the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Really? Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Ha!
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the Reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
Hello, Car. How's it going?
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan. I hate myself for it, but I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall. And yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
What would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
I will say if you're going to go for a walk there, Farrer, eat first. Make sure your body has the energy to do it.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be careful.
Let's see. The Dawson Estate. Yeah. I've already unlocked that, cool. Where's my other quest that I have going? Apparently gone. Let's track that. So I believe, yeah, that's just over. Right. I need to go up through the tunnels for that. Where am I? Here we go. It's a shame I can't vampire dash in here. I suppose running in the halls is not proper etiquette.
It looks like vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Yeah.
Just make him powerful because of what he did before. Because he's none of the ones on their side of you, they technically don't have control over you. You only are submitting because you really need it.
Yeah. Which there's also the fun thought of you'd have power over Dawson to a degree. Oh, I have my gun out. Yes, the power of a nearly fully upgraded bite.
Don't you people down with everything?
No, no. Thanks. The amnesiac benches. Sir, excuse me, sir. And I missed. One here, one here, one here.
I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Stupid newborn! This is my territory!
Perfect. Hey, the sewers are healthy. I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Ooh. Oh no. I am definitely not dealing with an ill-formed beast right now.
Just talking to the other guy. The other guy said still got a change for kid.
Oh wait. Sure, let's lick this guy. Your friend's an asshole.
It's a leech! Kill it!
Hello.
Vermin!
Damn. Go through the family matter. That'll basically put me out exactly where I need to be. It's 27 and level 29. There we go. There's nothing in the same bloody place. Oh, looks like it's in the theater. Oh no, the north one.
It's locked, all right.
Yeah, I might be able to get in up there. Huh. Why am I able to get back here? Other than it's out of immediate facing range of...
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Okay, so I'm in town now, which is not where I wanted to be.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole. Little streets of the way.
Sorry, sir. No admittance.
Don't mind me, just going around.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Huh. Apparently. As I land on things that aren't there.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
I could open this, but I'd have to go through. So let's do that.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Is that just an area that I haven't been? It is. Alright. Maybe an area that I haven't found to be through yet.
See them fancy clothes? This one's in time!
Oh, that boosted bite force is so nice.
This is no place for you, sir. Easy does it, boys. We can deal with this vermin.
Can I just straight go back in here?
I cannot enter.
I cannot.
I wonder if it's because none of you are still here.
Shouldn't be. Yes. Learn where it is. Right.
Steady, boys, we've got one! He's flying!
Brings in the asshole.
Belty!
Probably then. Because I'm in the zone for it, which means it's at the back of the theater somewhere. Oh, let's go check out Emily's place then. Yes.
Okay, yellow air. Okay. There's a wire in here.
Oh, it's down here. It's below down here. Huh. I mean, if she's just off down there, I mean, I can go around and try to get that spot as well then too. That was just down there, yes. There is... Going over here first, haven't we? There we go. This is now unlocked. Oh, what in the nine is up here? Rogue skull down there. May have been here already by the looks of it. It's one of the ones I had to walk through by the looks of it. True. I don't need to go through there anyways. There we go. Wonderful. Right, because this was the manor house that I had to get into to take out the two named scum.
Women die too in this war! Women of all countries unite!
Oh, is it? Nope, I missed my turn. It's off over here. You're in view, that's fine. Should be just off here somewhere. Can I go through here now? Yeah, I could go for him. So she's over here somewhere. Ah, that might be why. You might have to be able to get up there.
Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. Please come in.
I know, I was wondering why they could get to
Please welcome me.
teleport to it.
Yeah, I think we may have found the reason now. If the door's at the back of the house, that means that's where I need to go, which it is. I can't steal any more of their stuff.
Yes.
I spent the last day and night crying tears of joy. I did not know bliss could be so painful. My Clarence just wrote me. He is back from the war, alive and unharmed. He will be home in 2 weeks. Thank you, God. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see my beloved husband again. 14th of August. Clarence's attitude still worries me. He's not the same since he came back. The first few weeks I thought it was just the necessary adjustment period, but his behavior seems to be more and more erratic. Nowadays he spends all of his time outside, day and night, searching for evidence. He does not care about the flu. He does not care about me. He's starting to frighten me. 2nd of September. I cannot believe this. Clarence has spent half of his pension to print some stupid leaflets. He now wants to freely give away in the neighborhood. People are starting to laugh at me. Now he wants to organize some public lecture in a recently closed theater to warn people about the presence of evil creatures in London. Free entry, of course. My husband may have come back unharmed from the war, but I'm afraid he's lost his mind over there. 24th of September. Clarence just confessed he has not spent half of his pension, but all of it, plus some of our savings. Paper and ink cost so much because of the war, he said. But it's a cost we must pay. People openly mock us now. I don't know what to do. 5th of October. Today the butcher, Mr. Galloway, sent me the monthly fee and requested payment in full. He also told me that he now demands to be paid each time we buy some meat from his shop. No more credit. The baker asked the same thing 2 days ago. First I thought it was a new policy because of the restrictions and the epidemic, but it seems my friends still have financial arrangements from the same shops. I was so ashamed I could not speak. Yeah. We can't keep on like this. Clarence is completely mad. He spent all the money we have, and I don't see how to stop him. Sometimes I wish he did not come back from the war. But money is status.
No invitation is needed to enter this building. That can't be a good sign. No sign of a struggle. It seems Charlotte's friend knew the killer and let him in.
My dear Jacques, I can't wait to see you again. Tonight, tomorrow, I can hardly wait. Since we last kissed on that bridge while the moon was so bright in the night sky, I want to feel your teeth on my lips. Oh, the excruciating pain of your sweet bite on my neck, you devil you. For the longest second ever, I feared you were going to kill me right there on the bridge, in the middle of the night. But no, my dear Jacques, you remain the delicate fiancé I knew you were. And you were only teasing me. I can't wait to drink your blood, for good this time, and come back to my sweet friend Charlotte as an immortal. To play with her, a little at first, of course, like you taught me how to play with mortals. Then I'll turn her into one of us too, and we will rule the knights of London, and cleanse the city of its impure souls. Faithfully always, Emily.
Emily wanted to become a vampire. Something must have gone wrong. Someone is responsible for this mess. But who?
Smattering of blood on the floor, on the bed. Nothing big for a struggle, like he said. Where does this send me next?
Blood. I should follow the trail.
That hurts. Marked off. Looks like the next one is over there, but could be wrong. Hello, friend.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question.
I'm the Marquis de Bois-Colombes, and I strongly invite you to find your own game, sir.
I'm not here to sustain myself. I'm currently investigating the death of a young woman killed by a vampire.
A young woman killed by a vampire? Oh, you're joking, right? Oh, I do love the British sense of humor.
Oh, Jack.
What are you doing here?
I recently decided to visit London. I've always dreamed of visiting a city on the verge of collapse. Such a delicate, yet intense spectacle.
You take pleasure from others' misery.
I have been a totally depraved and immoral creature since the day I was reborn, sir. And probably before.
Only probably before.
What do you plan to do here?
Take pleasure. Take pictures. Enjoy the show. Have fun. Believe me, I won't be the only foreign immortal who bought a ticket to the fair.
And who exactly are you?
I am Jacques-Michel Guillaume Florimond de Marquis de Bois-Colombes, at your service, my dear cousin.
You're French, but your English is quite good.
I was born in France, sir, but I consider myself a traveler of this world. So many countries, so many tantalizing tastes.
Dear cousin, are we related?
We could be of the same blood, my dear. I tend to consider all Econs as family, don't you?
I followed the trail of blood from her room to here.
Oh, you're referring to that young woman. Yes, the meeting turned messy. I'm afraid I ruined my last redingote.
So you admit you murdered her?
I admit nothing, my good sir. I only regret the blood of that girl staining my clothes. Oh, blood can be so messy.
What happened?
She wanted to become one of us. Not the first time I have received such a proposal, but I must admit her direct approach tempted me.
And then what?
Her body rejected my blood. It happens, you know, sometimes even with voluntary prey. At least her gurglings brought me some fun, until the artery burst.
I believe you, sir. Emily's diary confirms your statement.
Oh, Emily was her name. Quite charming. Well, mystery solved then.
Yes, I suppose so. You can go.
And so can you. Farewell, sir. May you enjoy the spectacle of this fallen city as much as I do.
So that was Emily. Yeah.
Embrace dangerous crowd and dangerous crowd and embrace evil.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I mean, that was a nice short little one too. But yeah, I can see why you require you require having finished the Ascalon Club before you do Emily.
Well, otherwise you can't control Venus to get in here. Also, do you have to fight him? Or would you fight him?
Oh, probably. He probably would have kicked my ass.
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed.
What do you know about Aloysius Dawson?
That man is a tyrant, the embodiment of greed and selfishness. All I despise about this country.
I have found out what happened to your friend, Emily.
I can handle the truth. There's no need to hide the bloody details.
Your friend was planning to become a vampire. She thought she'd met an honest one and made a deal with him. Unfortunately, Emily did not survive the process.
My mother told me many times about the risks of being turned. I often suspected she exaggerated the danger to avoid me being tempted.
No, the risk is real. Have you any idea what a body has to endure? To become an organism entirely consumed by its need to process and recombine blood.
I should never have talked to Emily about vampires. I never thought she'd actually try it without me. Thank you, sir. Here, take this for your discretion.
Excuse me? It's already level 5. 35 stun. Decreased stamina. Let's bring it up to snuff.
Goodbye, Charlotte. Give my best regards to your mother when you see her.
She's been quite busy these last few nights. I suspect you may see her before me.
It's always been your house.
Find a way home.
Let's see. Charlotte's Way. Steak. That's 41. 41 on 20. Whereas the Crewin is 44 on 31. So 3 less. Against what is that? 7 less stamina? Which I've capped out my stamina as it is. Apparently with Crewin's state I can get blood absorption for it. That's an increase of 3. And that would bring it down to 28. as opposed to 24. So it's the faster of the two stakes. Attack speed 10. Alright, I have a remarkable save. I mean, not perfect. It was remarkable. That's 210 versus 200. Yeah, it is better than what I have. What is it that I have on this? 2 stamina, 2... So 10, 20. I'd have to go both these stamina. Which brings it down to 16. Absorbs 5 blood when the weapon hits. The Perfect Saber is slightly better. It does 10 more damage. Yeah. Well, I put that on just so. I'm actually surprised how good this revolver has been for me. I still have not found white phosphor or sodium hydrate. Well, let's see. That's just more stun. Not sure. That way I can have both. Stun is 20, stun is 44. Oh, that's right next to me. I haven't met these two yet. I know that's the detective. I think I've seen her though. Yeah. What am I looking for? Because that's in here, it's underneath it, which makes me feel like there's... there are steps going down to the stage, however. I can just walk right in there, so I may as well. Let me see if I can find at least one of the two people.
Aubrey?
Wait, where is she?
There's a pin out on the basement of doors, fortunes of evidence, but
Cool.
Oh, that's getting wet.
Your father and I have spoken about your fiancé, Mary. We believe he'll be an honorable husband for you. We'll set a date for the marriage then. That way, I'm sure one of my children will give me grandchildren. I understand your thirst for knowledge, Jonathan, and your father and I are proud of it. But you are not that young anymore, my son. When will I meet your soulmate? You can ascribe my romantic tendencies to my French origins if you want, Aubrey. but I'll never cease to believe in a match made in heaven, my beloved.
I really wish you could meet her, Mother.
It's
You
locked,
would love
all
her.
right.
Hello again, Mother.
Jonathan, back already? Good, good. I was just about to go outside to find you. You shouldn't stay away for so long.
Do you really see Mary and Father? Do you also see me as one of the dead?
Yes. For many years, it was just a game. Since your father left us without a word, I took to the habit of speaking to him.
Yes, I remember. I sometimes spied on you and listened to you talking with Father in the garden. It made me so angry then. But it was just a game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But since then, my poor dead Mary visited me in my room. She led me to her grave, and there you were. I now know the dead can haunt us.
I'm so sorry. You did not deserve to endure this. Mary should never have done this to you.
That's true, my son. But you know what the worst part is? I liked it when Mary spoke in my head. Now she is silent, and it makes me so sad.
Should I leave you alone? Just ask, and I swear you'll never hear from me again.
Oh, no, Johnny. You're always welcome in this house. And one day, when I finally die, we'll all be together again. Just as Mary promised us.
Fair enough.
Tell me, Mother, how are you? All alone in this big house with only Avery to take care of you.
I'm sad most of the time. Sad that you have left me here alone. Sad that you don't tell me when you come or go.
I'm so sorry, Mother. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was coming home. I was home. London, the Thames, and then it happened.
What happened, Johnny?
I was attacked, Mother. And I've not been the same since.
The important thing is that you finally returned home. I was worried, you know. You were the last member of the family of whom I had no news. Even Mary comes more often than you.
Goodbye, Mother. Try to rest now.
Goodbye, son. Please come back soon.
At the bottom of the school, you said.
This is the basement door, but I don't know where that is.
Back in the grave, you! Yeah!
I would like exactly nothing to do with you. Look this way? No. Walk straight past him. That overhand chop with the saber is blasphemous. So it wouldn't be on the windows. Oh, there's a box here. Is there? Does not seem to be a door here. is, however, a small area just over here. And this is in Whitechapel.
Back to section number 3, so we can't do this one.
Shame. There's Dr. Swansea. Dr. Swansea has something new to say, so I'll go speak with him first. Excuse me, what was that? Excuse me, what was that? There we go. And that's just in there. Because I can also get up through there, through Whitechapel.
Not a good over there! There's one of them vermin! I'll kill you!
Poor guys, never really knew what hit him. I mean, I'm sure they had a guess, however. Sure. I don't know where that extra swing came from. Hello, sir. piece of candy. Which I somehow missed the first time I went through here. Ah, Lord. So, through that I should know. Oh, this is so fun. Alright.
What news, Jonathan? I've heard you've now joined the vampire elite of London.
Did Elizabeth tell you?
So it's Elizabeth now. My. Things are moving quickly. I turn my back for a moment and away you go.
I may have found the source of the contagion. Doris Fletcher, the actress. Thankfully, in the end, she was destroyed by fire.
Really? Oh, please, do tell me more.
Doris was a heavily mutated Skal. Almost a new breed entirely. It's as if the disease had completely altered her mind and body. Highly contagious.
As if the disease had taken control of her will?
Yes. Once a beautiful and brilliant woman, she became motivated by hate alone.
Oh, she was a beauty. I met her when she visited the hospital to cheer up the sick. Too bad the fire destroyed her. But it was probably for the best.
Have you heard of similar cases?
No, I don't think so. Except, perhaps, it reminds me of an old report from the Brotherhood. Well, more an article, really.
What was it about?
The author, a friar, referred to a rare form of contagion in a Skal he observed during the Black Death. The carrier was always female. Called them Icors.
How's the situation at the Pembroke?
We're still holding out. Question is, for how long? What we really need is hope, Jonathan. Hope for a better tomorrow.
Have you seen Lady Ashbury recently?
Yes, she popped in yesterday. Told me about your new friends in the West End.
Just a courtesy visit, then?
Yes. And no. She was en route to the docks, I think. Following a lead concerning your maker.
Huh.
I'll come back later. Thank you, Edgar.
Always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Oh, while I'm here, I'm going to buy a couple of bullets from Milton if he has them. Let's see. This is sanitized. Here is healthy, but not quite sanitized yet. They're stable over here, and it's and healthy over here, of course. Yeah, there he is. Walked right past him now.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
There isn't a chance.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
You only sell 12 gauge, that's a shame. Well, let's see what else we can upgrade before we head out. And then we'll take a second, grab a cup of tea, maybe two, and then get right back to it. Well, let's see. Let's see. Better reload time. Better reload time. And I need a route for that. Remarkable compaction shopping. I'm out of the trade parts. I mean, as you. I mean, oh, it has a magazine of 3, unlike Milton's shotgun, which has a magazine of 1 that uses 2 bullets. Wait, that one goes up to 560. What does Milton's do? Okay, 576. 352. 480. However, it's firing single shots and has an additional shot, so technically this one's more powerful. Technically. Let's get everything off green for now if we can. If the machete only has 1 level, yeah. That'll be all I can upgrade for 8. It's nice being able to slowly upgrade stuff. What am I looking for? Yeah, let's see. Is it going to let me is the question. Well, we do have audio playing, so I'm not going to start up a track. We will be back in just a moment. And we're back. Where were we going? Wait, we were looking for... I guess we don't need bullets, so we can head right up through Waite's Chapel. Oop, wrong way. This way. I mean, I suppose the game wants me to go through the Underbelly now. So I can kip up through Whitechapel, cut through here, go down here, then go through the underside. So I'm sure there's story down there.
You again? What do you want this time?
Not you, I want the other individual.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Come on, take Take a look. Don't be afraid. Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Right then. Show me what you have.
You have no bullets, but you do have 2 rivets. Is the right or left off here? There's a left, right.
Who distribute flowers at this hour of night?
I'm surprised this guy's drifted so far over this way. I guess it isn't that far, now that I'm looking at it. And there should be... Yeah, there it is. Game. Game. Game?
Yeah.
Apparently. You have been defeated. Oh, that's a shame.
It's not too frequent around.
Where am I? All the way over in Whitechapel.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle and I'll be
Come on, Barrett, you know. Can't we pay for peace of mind? Oh, Dorothea. I'm so sorry.
When science fails you, this is you.
Let's try this. Oh, sorry, how are you doing today? Excuse me. There we go, much better. Dummy. There we go. A little bit better. I'm basically wanting to go straight up there.
This is not the place for you, sir. Look at it! It's a leech!
As long as you don't call it a crimson, we're good.
Leech! Leech spotted! Watch out! Snap it, leech! Grenade!
Breaking other people's barrels. Jeez, shame on you.
That's gonna hurt!
There we go. I'm in here.
This is no place for you, sir.
I mean, at least they're wearing masks. They're trying to be healthy about it. Right, there's you down here. Perfect. I wonder if we'll get her T-posing down the stairs again. Perfect. I mean, everyone died at about the same spot, which makes my life a little easier.
This is my territory. You cannot win this. Your prey is mine now. You're mine.
I mean, you might be right. Trying to. There we go. Thank you. Oh, by the night. I'm not looking forward to fighting that ill-formed were downstairs. I mean, it's a beast man of some description, for sure. Oh, this one's gonna be a pain. At least I know they're already here. Not a huge fan of that. Oh. Did you know it's at the worst time? Thank you. Yes. Perfect. Oh, that's just the death chamber. Got it. Sitting here going, I don't remember going here with the other guy.
Well, buddy. We got 800 gems.
By the 9, I could have just avoided that fight, apparently.
Hey, go through.
I did. And I did that, I did. What's over here? Lots of nothing. Got it. Which, I mean, I'd rather deal with a level 30 Horker than a level 30 of the other guy. Back through here in a second. Can't remember. Doesn't look like. So that gate's locked. And there is nothing in here. Correct. Except for an auto-closing door, apparently. Right. There's nothing here. No. Excuse me?
There's a rat still over there. I don't know if it's replenished for now.
At that spot, you usually come out of your second or third boss fight. Or high level fight, I should say. So if you're not a high enough level, you need the rats at that point. It's just somewhere here. Got it.
The Spanish flu is not the only hidden killer around here.
Great. So there's also this here. So let's switch me out there. Huh.
I have enough of them.
Best run along home, sir.
So that's literally just shorting up through here. Sure, culture, right?
I can't believe it. We should be far from town already.
All right. But where would we go?
Anywhere. Anywhere that isn't here.
And what is that, by the way?
A safer place? A less strange place?
And where would that be? Life is strange, and we are alive.
For now, yes. But for how long?
If we decided to flee, we should be far from town already.
All right. But where would we go?
I mean, they're good at going back and forth. They know something's up, but they don't know what is up. Excuse me. No teleporting downstairs. I mean, I know that. I already have them unlocked.
Yeah.
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
Is there anything you could tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Aloysius Dawson. Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts, readings which blackened his heart.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right. Let me hear it.
You're on a path to redemption, Jonathan. But be careful. One single trip and you'll fall.
Can you read the cards for me?
Put the money on the table then, Jonathan, and open your mind.
Here is the money.
The hermit, an old man, a broken soul who has seen too much. The burden of guilt. This man will give up once the disease is defeated.
Huh.
Can you read the cards for me?
Put the money on the table then, Jonathan, and open your mind.
Perhaps
Well, I
later.
guess I'm out of money.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. Cards never lie, but they are never easy to read.
Still don't know. When you do some options, that's it. A good choice makes it harder for you later.
Yeah.
However, since one of you down the easy version this weekend,
True.
let's see what you do.
Which I kind of figured that there would be a way to convince him. I just wish I knew what that was all about. Yeah. This feels like a church. Looks like a church.
Good evening, Mr. Baker.
Why do I always have feelings of deja vu when I talk to you?
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
I've heard this is a man who has searched for his place in the world for a long time. I hope he found it.
How long have you been waiting for this man?
Sometimes I feel as though I've been waiting for him for ages. Perhaps it is my role in life to wait for him. Not a pleasant thought.
It could be dangerous for you, waiting here all night.
That's quite true. But what other choice do we have? We are waiting here until we finally go.
Tell me more about your strange feelings towards the city.
I would be happy to describe them, but it's too hard to explain with mere words what I'm feeling. It's unclear, too confused.
Go on, please.
Where should I start? The world is chaos. Men go mad, and nature itself runs roughshod over us all.
This is not the first time mankind has faced a deadly epidemic or a war.
Men kill each other, while nature decides to kill them all. I don't know what scares me the most. Do you?
I missed what he said.
Both can be disastrous, and a combination of the two merely increases their potency.
And what if they were just a sign of worse disasters to come? Something of biblical proportions, I wonder.
Goodbye, Mr. Baker.
Hello again, Dr. Reed.
Hello, Mr. Baker.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
You should ask that question to my brother instead. Personally, I've not seen Aloysius for many years.
What are you really afraid of, Agamemnon?
The problem is, It's precisely what I don't know that frightens me. So I suppose I can't really answer your question.
Tell me, how long have you been waiting here?
I can't say for sure, since I have no watch. But the night is still young, and I am not tired.
Is that the most honest answer you can give me?
Yes, I think so. Why does it irritate you?
Ooh.
Sir, is comprehension really that important to you?
I'm a scientist. I try my best to understand things. I know the world has to obey unbreakable rules.
You know, or you want the world to obey such rules?
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker. Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reed, I didn't know you had returned from the war. I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition. It's been a long time.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
What can you tell me about yourself, Miss Price?
I'm still managing my shop. The only difference is, since the quarantine, we're open at night. You, on the contrary, seem to have changed a lot.
Really? Have I changed that much? It must have been the war and the night shifts since my return.
Don't get me wrong, Dr. Reed, you're still handsome. Just maybe a little bit wiser, more serious. It suits you well.
Tell me more about yourself. No new fiancé? I remember you were hoping to get remarried. I'm sure you must have a few suitors.
Who would marry an old bat like myself with a grown daughter and a little business? As you know, I only fancy handsome men like yourself.
Have you noticed anything in particular in this part of town recently?
Other than you coming back to cheer me up? Nothing at all, Dr. Reed.
Do you know Aloysius Dawson?
Everybody knows him. He's only been to my shop once, though, looking for rare books and other intriguing antiques.
Did he buy something from you?
No, he left quickly. He almost laughed at my goods. Mr. Dawson may be a rich man, but you can't buy good manners.
But isn't Aloysius Dawson known for his philanthropy?
That was before his brother Robert died in an aeroplane crash. Since then, the remaining twin has turned into a heartless tycoon.
May I look at your goods, Miss Price?
It's always a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Reed. Take all the time you need. I hope you can stay a little longer this time.
I cannot enter. Good evening, Miss Price. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you remember me?
Dr. Reed? Yes, of course. You are the doctor who healed me and my mum. Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Good to see you too, Carol. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I did not hurt myself recently. I know how to take care of myself now. I'm almost a grown-up.
Have you ever met the famous Aloysius Dawson?
Yes. A very strange man. Not very nice.
What do you mean?
He said he was ready to pay good money for rare books, and then laughed at what we showed him.
Why are you awake at night, Carol?
I am helping my mother in her shop. It's not easy, but I'm a grown-up now.
I'm sure your mother is grateful for your help.
I do the best I can. But I'm so clumsy sometimes. I drop things. I injure myself. It's a good thing my mother has the patience of an angel.
Why is work not easy? Is something or someone bothering you?
Oh no, most people are gentle with me. But I'm so nervous sometimes. I pay no attention and hurt myself. Good thing my mum learned first aid.
What can you tell me of the people living nearby?
I don't speak to many people, except our customers. It's not easy to make friends. And with the epidemic, it's even more difficult.
What can you tell me about the epidemic?
Some of our regular customers have left London. Some others only send their housemaids now. Everybody fears the contagion. I've even seen men with weapons.
Have you no friends at all?
No. Mr. Nithercote used to pass by and was always nice to me.
Does he not come by anymore?
No. Mum said he was weird. Always reciting poetry about a girl he'd met in Whitechapel. I wonder who this Camellia may be.
Do you enjoy working with your mother?
Oh yes, Doctor. My mother raised me alone after my father died. We've always lived together, and she has always watched over me.
Do you remember your father?
No, I was just a baby then. My mother always told me how strong and good he was.
Do you ever think about getting married, now you're a woman?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. Mum always says I'm still a child who has no idea how tough life can be. No husband would like a clumsy girl like me.
Goodbye, Carol. Good evening, Miss Price.
You know you can call me Carolyn, my dear doctor.
Carol's gratitude is exemplary. She seems determined never to leave you.
I'm taking care of my daughter as well as I can. It's not always easy, but she's the best gift life gave me.
But she'll probably leave you someday to live her own life. Will that be difficult for you?
Why would she leave? Children sometimes stay with their parents until the end, for they know no one else will love them as much.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health when she was younger.
Have you not seen Carol since you returned? She's almost a young woman now, but she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid?
Some things never change. Carol is still too clumsy for her own good. Sometimes her innocence puts her in real danger.
Why would her innocence put her in danger?
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much. My poor dear Carol.
You have every reason to be cautious, Miss Price, especially in these difficult times.
Maybe you could talk with her, Dr. Reed. It would be nice to have a man here more often. We would both feel safer.
Goodbye for now, Miss Price.
I can't help you, sir. Perhaps you should talk with someone else instead.
This is no. He's mine!
Get that weapon!
And we're back. Sorry about the muted mic, folks. Where on ever blasted earth? Is this the Aloysius matter? Maybe? I can't go through there, so it has to be that one. It was also locked the last time I was through, so. There's a little port. Old man bench facing the wall.
Urns.
And bosses.
Definitely awesome. Yeah, he's expecting you. Everything was locked to you before this, now it's all suddenly open.
Yeah. Just 35 experience for just straight walking.
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains. Am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
You mean it probably won't let me. Fair. Oh, yeah, he's in there. So I want to be everywhere but in there. Powder. I've surprisingly picked up 0 money from him so far. This looks nice. Yeah, he's enjoying himself before he can.
There's a food tube right there. There's confectionery everywhere. There's another food tube right there.
Another food push. All depends on what's in it. And we can't check. Because it could be food, it could just be service goods. So in order to present him anything, they bring it to him on a cloche, which is why there's several cloches. John Francis Sparrow. 21 has been hung this morning in the prison of Pentonville. Mr. Sparrow was sentenced to death after being found guilty of the murder of his sister, Alexandra Sparrow. Until the end, the man claimed he was innocent. No formal proof of his presence at the crime was ever brought to the court, but he has been sentenced to death and executed anyways. Scotland Yard refuses to reopen the case, despite the many holes in the chain of events, which ended with the death of Miss Sparrow. Charles Albright, who conducted the inquiry for Scotland Yard, refuses to answer any of our questions. But 3 weeks ago he was demoted without any official explanation. What a strange way to reward an efficient inquiry.
Reduced in rank for falsely accusing a man of murder. I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
That might be happening.
Yeah. So I'm going to go do that now then. Because I'm a horrible, horrible person.
No, we need to send it. No, sorry, just kidding.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, that feels like the investigatory part.
So maybe he pushed to try and put the person down and have money over the vampire, and nobody wants to talk about it.
You mean as you? Charles Jerome Albright. Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
I'm conducting an investigation about the epidemic in this part of town.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. May I ask who you are and why all the questions?
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard. And I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I work for the Ascalon Club. Here is my permit to go freely about the city.
The Ascalon Club? You should have said so, sir. I must warn you, these streets are dangerous, and you'd better be careful.
Do you know anything in particular about a man called Aloysius Dawson?
Who doesn't know the man? I think he intervened personally to put an end to the police strike of last August.
What else can you tell me about him?
Aloysius Dawson's exactly the kind of powerful and influential man who could commit murder and get away with it, with just one phone call.
What are you investigating, exactly?
Well, my 2 missing persons cases have been solved. By you, it seems. Are you just that lucky? Or do you know something I don't?
I was lucky enough to find them both while conducting my investigation in this part of town.
Why do I still have the feeling that you're hiding something? What about the abductor? Was it the same person?
I don't think so. You had better interview Miss Teasdale and Mr. Kimura on that matter.
Yeah.
All I did was to lead them safely home. Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange which requires police attention?
Jeffrey McCullum. Who is one Jeffrey McCullum? Oh, that would be Tweedlenuts. Jeffrey McCullum, I think, I'm going to double check it. But I think he is... Oh, that's poetry. That's Clarence. I think one of these... That's Carl Eldritch, Pridwen leader. Ah, Jeffrey McCullum. Yes, he's part of Pridwen. I mean, I could report him. It's tempting to. Have you noticed anything that should be reported to Scotland Yard? Jeffrey McCullum, the leader of the Pruitt. Fergal Banshaw, who was the brute, the Sasquatch, effectively.
He did.
He did.
Even more capable of that person.
True. However, there is a slight chance that he'd be locked up for being crazy.
No, I've noticed nothing odd.
All right. But keep your eyes open, though.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there is a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
And what about the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
What are you really doing?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
Do you work alone?
Yes. The situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect the civilians?
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
And squirrels in the garden.
Tell me all you know about that homicidal maniac you're looking for.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent and brutal, sometimes precise and swift.
How could different killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps
So he's facing down the Skull killings.
Is it true you were dropped in rank? Tell me about it.
Yes, it is. I made a terrible mistake. I deserved it. Sometimes I think I should have resigned.
So why are you still working here?
Because I'm a damn fine copper. I just don't want to have someone innocent hung again by mistake because of me.
The death penalty is not an efficient deterrent. I sometimes think it pushes criminals to more violence, since they know they have nothing to lose.
I agree. I'm convinced all civilized nations should abolish the death penalty. Maybe after the war, once that bloodshed is over, the survivors will change that.
Why do you think there shouldn't be a death penalty?
I believe no one should decide to take a man's life. Not a nation or a government.
Are you a pacifist, Inspector?
No, sir. But I believe in divine justice. Only God has the right to decide who will live and who must die.
I mean, that's both an interesting and a very flawed way to look at it. Oh yeah, it was very forward for
What are you
1980.
investigating, exactly?
Well, my 2 missing persons cases have been solved.
I was lucky.
Why do
I don't...
Right.
Goodbye.
Because I finished the cases before.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Now let's see. I think it's pinging me because I have enough experience to level up, but I'm not sure. Well, let's go upstairs first.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Oh.
Finally, you're here, Dr. Reed. What took you so long?
I had to pass several of your barricades and outposts to access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes, yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reed. Planned very carefully.
Sir, I'm going to end your life. Do you not wish to discuss the procedure for even a minute?
I don't have a minute to indulge in idle chatter. I can't feel my legs. And the cold. So cold.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege, or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reed, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Let's move on then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reed. And I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London. I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
Who gave you the right to decide the fate of thousands of people?
My money. My money and my pending immortality gives me the needed authority, Doctor. I'm a businessman. I'm used to tough decisions.
You really plan to build a quarantine wall across London?
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
By doing so, you will also create 2 separate prisons.
Come, sir. An eminent doctor like yourself knows that such radical measures have proved efficient in the past.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich from the poor?
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
Quarantine is not a bad idea, medically speaking. But I'm convinced this epidemic will not be contained by mere walls.
As long as the right people are on the right side of the wall, that's all that matters.
What if a new outbreak happens inside your walls? You'll have created a giant trap.
That won't happen. As long as we dispose of anyone that is contaminated as soon as they are spotted.
But you can't guarantee infection will not spread. Just one contagious carrier would be enough to create an apocalypse.
The apocalypse is already knocking at the gate. We must be strong now.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
Listen to me, Aloysius Dawson. You will forget your fear of dying, for it has poisoned your mind and made you bitter and ruthless since the death of your twin brother.
You don't understand. Death is oblivion, the eternal void. I know there's nothing there. I saw it in Robert's empty eyes. I saw myself in that coffin.
Death is painful for those who remain, not for those who have passed. All that occult gibberish you filled your head with has made you forget this simple truth.
No! Death will not claim me. I have the power and the money. I've acquired the arcane knowledge needed. I believe there is magic, there are dark forces. You will provide me my extension.
Your ignorance makes you a fool. You have no idea. Look at me. Hunted like a beast, my family lost, cursed. I have not escaped death, I have become it.
No, there must be a way. I don't want to go like my brother did. I have money, lots of money.
Money won't ease your mind. I know you used to be a good and generous man. So I offer you the gift of peace, Aloysius. The tranquility of a true death.
I accept your offer. And I understand. No more fear, I will die a man of dignity. And a man at peace.
Yes, we know that, so you're not getting up to him before. He's coming to save you. Because all the other vampires...
Mesmer level 5, which is weird.
What? So,
yeah.
Nobody's coming. The Aslan comes.
It's locked, all right.
Trusted Jonathan with this, which is a new member who they don't know mortals yet. They really want him to pass on his gift to a more suitable, what they think is a more suitable candidate.
I see. They didn't trust me with shit.
This is the Redgrave.
This is Lord Redgrave.
Is it done, Dr. Reed? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
I'm afraid Mr. Dawson finally chose to embrace life and death as a mortal.
What do you mean?
He has overcome his fear of dying. I let him rest and wait for death to come.
What? This is unacceptable. Go back there and make him the powerful Ekon he's destined to be.
No, Lord Redgrave. As a doctor and as an immortal, I can't. If you wish to make him your progeny, then proceed on your own.
This is an outrage beyond words. This is betrayal, pure and simple. I should kill you on the spot. You swore on William Marshall's blood.
Well, get rid of me then.
From now on, you're an outcast. Vanished. You are forbidden to ever appear in front of us again. Ascalon will smite you on sight, and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone!
He requires a level 20 mesmerize.
Yeah. He's the oldest here. Makes him think he's the ruler.
Yeah.
We all know he's not the oldest, he's the oldest of you.
Yeah.
And he's only cares about his actual plans and makes lies about his... maybe lies about his bloodline.
Huh, I got 2,000 experience off of that. Hello, Bridget.
We meet again at the strangest of times, young Ekon. So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget. What are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon. She sent me to warn you.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. Just as you did.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her. I like her too.
Lady Ashbury in the sewers? Now that's a sight I wish I'd seen.
She said she was your friend, and that she sought the identity of your maker. So I answered her questions.
Did anyone see you? It's a long way from the dock sewers, and hunters are patrolling the streets here.
Who said I took the streets? How do you think I survived for centuries in this city without ever being seen? I know all her secrets.
Lady Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
Wait, slow down. I need to ask you something.
I'm listening, but I do not have time to waste, so be quick.
How did Elizabeth find you?
She presented herself humbly at our gate and asked if we knew of any ancestral vampires hiding in London. She asked about Ascalon. She asked about many things.
So other than the blue eyes and the slight mark on her forehead and cheeks, she's not as ravaged as the other skull. Quite possible.
What do you think of her?
Her soul is good, yet tainted with a deep sadness and the scars of ancient wounds. Time does that to us immortals, for we have so much to dwell upon.
Why did she come to you?
I am old Bridget, the buried memory of the city. She sought the silent truths, truths I have kept hidden for so long.
Where is Lady Ashbury right now?
She said she will go home. She needed to speak with some old friends first, though. Do not worry, young Ekon. She is no fool, and just as strong as you.
So she can make vampires, that means.
Why do I feel like Lord Redgrave was particularly irritated to see you? Far more so than the average Skull, if I may say.
Because I used to know him quite well. And he is afraid I may remember who he really is.
You're Elizabeth's informant. You're the one who told her about Lord Redgrave's lies regarding his lineage.
Yes. that my words were not meant to hurt or threaten. I simply told the story of the sewer skulls, and of so many other forgotten children.
Oh, the skulls are his.
Ah.
No time
All
to
sewer
lose. Then.
skulls of remain
I must go there
intelligence
right
are
away.
his.
I shall return to my den.
Oh no.
Have you a message for the lady?
He is the skirt.
Should I
He
see
is the
her
skull
before you?
skirt.
Tell her I worry about her.
Do not, for she has had strength and wisdom for so much longer than you. Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising.
You say that.
So you can only make skull. But there's been people who are causing like even worse skull.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder if he's the one who bit Doris. Like to drain her because she's high society. He went to feed on her and she changed. Then from her, all the poisonous skull that are exploding and that can infect on contact are his children. You never found out who changed Doris.
Dorothea?
Dorothea. No, Doris. The actress. That we killed on stage.
Dorothy Fletcher, yes.
Who changed her? I'm betting all of the skull outbreak is him.
Directly or indirectly, possibly.
But he's the one who's fucking left it if he wanted it.
Okay.
Nobody's supposed to know about who did it.
Which I wouldn't be surprised considering. Hello, sir. Oh, you're level 32. I'm in for some trouble. I would like to get out of this stunlock, please, thank you. Yeah, he's one of the Escalon's lords, yeah. There we go. Glorious. 97 shillings and a good handle card. Oh yeah, no.
Optional boss fight.
Which I'm fine with optional boss fights. I don't think we'll get to fight Lord Redgrave on that, however.
He might be the last one.
Possibly.
He is the one who created the flowers.
You distribute flowers at this hour,
I was going to get on someone else.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I want this way. Down here. Being down here works. Oh, that's fine.
Been proven by many.
I am going to have to hunt down the entirety of the Ascalon Club, however. Oh yeah. They've been doing things in good faith with poor results.
Money and power, and you want people with no. They don't actually want nothing. They want more. Keep them pending and feed off of them.
Are you from Ascalon?
Oh, you're just a rogue on. Soriano. Not named, but also a pain in the arse. Oh, okay. Shame.
Has the clock anything?
Yes, Death Clock has arrived. Prepare the metal growl.
Check. Check.
So that guy was much harder to take out than the named guy who was a level higher. But I'm not sure why.
The blood wielders also use shadows, copies, or
He didn't use any copies though. Where am I? I'm here.
So, is it in the truck or something?
Oh no, I'm going the wrong way.
So they figured it's one day. Whether you go or Ashbury or Vampire. Probably take it to the theater.
This is now my domain, young Echo.
Blah. I'm friends with Ekon very often, so... Ah. Yeah. Perfect. Oh. Oh.
What's that?
That's a Volcoid, or one of the Sasquatch guys.
Level 30?
He is level 30. I mean, they are easier to... Level 30 scout, so with any luck it'll be easier to deal with than some. Which I'm right. Yes. Thank you, game. Oh. So far. Yeah. Yeah. He's used to his size doing more for him. Which makes sense. I mean, he had a good amount of money on him. Anyone down there? There's not. Which I think this is the path you're expected to come down. Who these fuckers seen down here? Rogue stuff.
Watch it! It's a killer! Christ!
Yeah, don't worry, I see you there. Oh, I'm thinking of it. Change you for you. Change you for you. So this area might start getting contested regularly. No.
Well, 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 traitor.
Show me how you defeated Virgil Punisher!
Combo was so desperate. Old blood couldn't make it. Everyone regular usage for blood when you sign with him.
Show me how you defeated Virgil Punisher!
Excuse me. That's illegal.
You can't make them.
Die!
No. Perfect. Yeah. Oops. I say no. There we go. 101 shillings. and 2 strings. So that's 2 out of 5. Uh-oh. Game did not like me taking number 2 of 5.
What is this truck? Are the vampire hunters here already?
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Are you all right? I heard the hospital was attacked.
Unfortunately, violence can be a necessary evil, sir. I volunteered, joined the army to serve the Empire, sir. But attacking a hospital. Shame.
What do you mean?
A hospital should be a safe place, sir. Like a temple. A temple of science.
Fair enough.
Please show me what
A hospital should be like a temple of science.
It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Are you all right? I heard the hospital has been attacked.
As far as I know, nobody's been hurt. But who were those men? Why attack Dr. Swansea?
What happened to him?
We don't know. They came in, they went out. In between those two events, Dr. Swansea went missing. Maybe he just went into hiding nearby.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Are you all right? I heard the hospital had been attacked.
For now, we have to keep on looking after our patients. But we won't be able to do so for long without an administrator.
Has Dr. Swansea really gone?
Yes, this place is turning into a joke. A sad joke indeed.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Are you all right?
Yeah, right.
I heard... What? Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
So,
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Are you all right? I heard the hospital was attacked.
Poor Dr. Swansea. He was the only one to stand up to those brutes. And now they've dealt with him.
Where is Dr. Swansea?
I don't know. I hid behind a tent. I saw nothing.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Damn disgust.
It's sick.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Are you all right? I heard the hospital was attacked.
For months I said this day would come. We should have armed ourselves. Riots are rising. The end is near.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
right, you don't have bullets, you have shotgun rounds.
It's safer here than anywhere else in the East.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Are you all right? I heard the hospital has been attacked.
I'm okay. I don't think anyone's hurt. But we haven't heard from Dr. Swansea.
Do you think he's been taken then?
Yes. There's been shouts in his office, and then these brutes left the hospital without a word.
Goodbye, Nurse.
I mean...
Call me if you need assistance.
Whoop! I was just looking at the bastard. There he is.
If only I were young again.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Are you okay? I heard the hospital was attacked.
Yes. Can you believe it? Attacking a hospital of all places. Mindless savages.
Is anyone hurt?
No, but Dr. Swansea is missing. I believe they wanted money or drugs. Maybe these brutes will ask for a ransom.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Oh yes. Evidence.
Oh no. Vampire Batman.
I mean, pretty much. We've been Vampire Batman this entire time with the...
But nobody told me. Oh.
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
That's what's going on my doors.
Yeah. Ah, he's going upstairs. First things first, let's make sure that we have the governor. You appear to. Oh, this looks like a boss fight.
Ultraviolet curtains and orichalcum powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for it.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster just like William Marshall did.
No! I'm trying to put an end to it. Just like you are.
You're the progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak! So much for modern technology. Time for the tried and true. Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
This is ridiculous. We're losing precious time.
True enough. Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father.
Take you down!
Down.
Your poisonous bite is useless on me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, his gun is better than my gun.
Maybe we should sleep first.
I mean, probably, yes. It depends on where it saved me.
You mean the other guy? It was the head of the Aspen.
No, no, it's saving the area.
What?
I mean, I could go back down, however.
Show some style. Fight like a man.
I mean, if he's using blasted Excalibur, I'm not surprised.
Free wind prevails! True light will cleanse you! Come on, Reed. Try something else.
I'd love to.
If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much?
Yeah, no, if he's not in a light puddle, I can murk him.
I'm not gonna be blood light roll and just like, knock him out.
I mean, I could.
He just stands there and shoots at him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dash through, smack him a little bit.
Show some style.
Pretty
Fight
good.
like a man.
Yeah. My smack doesn't stun him for quite long enough, apparently, because I have the end of the animation and he can still attack through it.
And he shoot blood over the guys. Come back for blood.
It depends on if it considers... Okay, it doesn't consider him missing. No, see? No.
The other arrows suffer a little bit because they... Well, no, because people don't get sick the first night he's dead, he does.
Yeah.
So he's okay.
Ooh, he's again. Yeah. That's only on 2. What pool? That's cool. Yeah, that's on level 1. I'm not sure.
I think you survive the most things on that, and he's just
Yeah. We have that fully captured. That isn't really useful. Not recent. Of course you want to do this today. I think it was stamina I tapped out next. I had at least level 1 in this. I like having the extra couple bullets. I had maxed out stamina as well. If not, it was full silver. I think I had 1 in this. Wait, that was wrong. I have to save one of these. I haven't really made past number 2. More blood to heal yourself instantly. Yep. There's, what was that, level 25? Yes. A bit of HP. Oh wait, probably. No, I can't. Just shut. Was thinking it would be nice to blood spear. Create 3 small blood spears which can hit all enemies facing you compared to the base ability range and individual damages compared to the base. Yeah. I mean that would be the more useful one of the two. Because I usually do my best to focus on one at a time. There we go. That should help a little bit more. A highly respected resident of the city district has passed away last night. Aloysius Dawson, co-founder of the head of Dawson & Dawson Company at 71 years of age. It was no secret that Mr. Dawson's health had recently declined. The once joyful businessman had almost totally disappeared from social events since the tragic death of his twin brother. An influential man, Aloysius Dawson was also a great art collector, a concerned philanthropist. Recently, he had campaigned for an audacious plan to save London from Spanish threat by raising a quarantine wall to separate the districts and contain the epidemic. Only a few hours before his death, the magnate had given orders to cancel the construction of the wall. More surprisingly, large donations of money have been received by all major London hospitals, with equally important contributions have been made to the smaller clinics and dispensaries. Does it mean Aloysius Dawson, a man known for his fortitude and conservative opinion, was finally touched by grace? Who could say? Only one thing is certain, all over the city, thanks to that man's late generosity, stocks of medical supplies have been replenished, and the death toll has significantly been lowered in the last 24 hours. No doubt hundreds of grateful citizens will be at the St. Mary's churchyard to accompany the final journey of their benefactor. Apparently everyone was sick today.
You're saying that anyone who was sick? So, that action has to break everything.
Lars. So this one's back to sanitized. This one's at sanitized. This one's still at safe. And this one's only at healthy. Yeah. What do I have in my info? I have one of these. So we'll grab another one, because these two seem to be the ones that I need most. Yes, health is nice, however. If we go to West End. Yeah, that's the thought. So I can get to West End through Whitechapel up here, which is right beside a merchant, and another merchant. There is Chicky Boo down here, which is always nice to poke off of, because she almost guaranteed has bullets. However, we can do her on the way back. Motorized Merchant Services, the MMS.
Doesn't like fire, does it? Finish it. Watch it. It's a killer. Christ, he's dead.
Wunderbar. That was a poor showing at the end, probably. Perfect. I'm gonna pop up through Whitechapel. Or see if I can't buy the 5 white phosphor for my shotgun. My Schussgun.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look... Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you? Right then. Show me what you have.
You have not a blessed thing that I would like. For starter out. Because what I am looking for is white phosphate and sodium hydroxide.
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is still working nearby.
Well, if I was going to eat anyone, buddy, it would be you. Crewman, I'm fairly high level at that. Oh, you're a Volquid now. Do I have anything to study? No, I do not. Burp. Alright, I'm going to talk to you, haha, ho ho hee hee, at the funny farm.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
What?
I may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
Q9, Clovis, in second. Ah. You don't have a lot. Shame. Let's see, where's my other merchant? I have one up here who might. So let's go look her. You're 31, you're 32.
Best be moving on. I'd head back.
Hello, Chaplain. Thank you, night for it.
Have no fear, brothers. Watch out!
Away with you. There we go. Third order around this time. Shadowithon. What are you doing here now? Huh. This place is cleaned out except for this one guy down here. What do you know? Apparently overnight they fixed the banisters up here. But they didn't clean up the blood.
Stupid newborn! You're mine! Don't you know better?
Excuse me, what was that?
Gotcha!
I mean, I do enjoy how full my health bar is now. That is a nice change of pace.
Good evening, Miss Price.
You know you can call me Carolyn, my dear doctor.
May I look at your goods, Miss Price?
It's always a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Reed. Take all the time you need.
Let's see. No. You don't think I want any of this? No. Lord, is he the only person I can buy it
hope you
from?
can stay a little longer this time.
So I can buy it from him. I should check see if I can buy it from her. I should see if I can check buy it from the people down here. Or is he the only merchant that'll sell white phosphor alloy? I can't know.
I think it's just him. And there's something like the 300. What can I do that?
Oh, just a little bit. What are you doing down here? I should be going back up. Up to Whitechapel, then back down. Hello there. Ooh, he's scared. She is down over here.
A lot of people are talking about this Colossus.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
No. I mean, I'm not surprised since this area isn't sanitized that she isn't getting better stuff. I can fairly handily beat the level 32 now. I know I can beat a level 30 both ways. Fancy. No, you know, I'm exhausted now. By the 9. Let's see if I can do him once.
Down!
Come on, Reed. Try something else.
Freewind prevails!
Are you going to stay over there?
Your poisonous bite is useless on me. I know! It hurts!
With the regeneration off in his face.
Show some style. Fight like a man. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. Come on, Reed. Try something else.
There we go.
Freewind prevails!
What was that? Freewind fails?
True light will cleanse you. Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt.
There we go.
If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn?
What? I would like to switch this to a shoe strap. 76 for 2. Double barrel. Perfect.
Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt.
I got much closer than I usually do there. I got him down to a third.
I was just getting used to his, his sword pattern.
Yeah, because I don't fight a lot of things with swords. I fight like he does.
Well, no, and his animation, he waits for you to charge him, then he starts swinging. Really annoying.
Currently out of those, so let's go make more.
He waits until you go to charge him, and then he starts swinging. He catches you in your animation on purpose.
Yeah.
Looks like he's designed to be dangerous.
I mean, it makes sense if he's the most experienced out of the hunters, air quotes.
That was the new Red One generation.
Let's see.
Which is
3 is
hilarious because it's the shit and has nothing to do with the shield.
Let's see. Physical and blood. Yes. Let's see. Do I want a health potion might come in handy as well. It's this way I can always bounce back after he smacked me once or twice. Because for blood against him, it's a game of attrition, because the light burns away the blood as well.
Poisonous bite is useless on me.
Now let's see. First things first, switch you. For you.
Come on, Reed. Try something else. Show some style. Fight like a man. If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much?
There we go.
This is gonna hurt. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me.
What just hit me?
If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much?
I don't know, maybe it's a common weakness.
Come on, Reed. Try something else. True light will cleanse you.
As he runs to the middle of the lake.
I know. It hurts, doesn't it? If you're so innocent,
There we go. Come on, big boy.
true light will cleanse you.
They seem to be able to bite you in the bright sunlight there, sir. Perfect. There we go. Perfect.
We are the guardian of justice. Priwen shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
I'm not saying we could be friends, you and I. But perhaps we could collaborate to put an end to this epidemic.
Never! We are Priwen. We do not negotiate. We do not compromise.
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now. For there is no way you can sway me to your ideals.
I mean, I can break your head.
That's where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
I'll spare you, McCullum. I'll offer you the mercy you never offered me.
What is this ruse?
This is no ruse, McCullum. This is me letting you go. After all, you and I are both trying to save this poor country in our own way.
Stab me if you must, however.
I'll kill you, Reed. Next time we meet, I'll end you.
See? Progress already. You called me by my name. Until the next time. Goodbye, Hunter.
On my name, I was calling you yours. You've lost your name, asshole. You're now just Hunter.
You have offended me to the point you have lost your name. You no longer get the privilege of being named.
You don't get to be Jeffrey anymore. You're just Hunter, bitch.
You are no longer McCullum. You are now the Hunter bitch. Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Okay, the next time, Reed. See you.
Where am I going?
You're gonna know them, dude.
Go back to the theater. Apparently make 2 more blood vials because those were incredibly useful. Speaking of, let's switch that back to stamina. Because stamina in some fights are way more useful than health. I can heal at any point I want. Why would I need health? Oh, I'm out of blood. Because I'm fighting a vampire hunter. That makes sense. There we go. Oh, this is my room. I can just bugger off through the window. And the truck is gone. Where did everybody go? It's like there's a disease around here. Oh, hi. I don't want to... What do you mean you're not wrong? Are you really going to... Shotgun only has 2 shots. Are these guys taking care of those guys yet? What they're working on it, got it. Huh. Excuse me, sir, this is where you die. Thank you, sir. Alright, you explode. What do you mean it happens? It's important for me. I'm surprised me running by you doesn't activate your bike. There we go. Oh, they clicked it back. And he's... Excuse me, Bish? Oh, my pants. There we go. He has more health than his air raid damage. Gang. Don't think I don't see you cheating. There we go. I'm going to this way. Hang on, left to right, right to left to right, left and right. Oh, I've gone too far. Why, hello, sir. I'd like to take you by surprise. You kindly come out of the corner. Yeah, no, those bins are really stuck together. Perfect. We did take a hot minute doing a lot of nothing today, so. Are you shouting at me? I can't hear you. There we go. I'm sorry, sir. You were an asshole to your friends.
So Priwen never left Doris's theater after they invaded. They must be holding Edgar here in their new headquarters.
I'm going to try to get to the next cutscene, then I might concentrate. I know there's a door over here. Oh, we came through here last, I guess.
It's locked, all right.
It won't let me through that part. I see. So I want to come in through the other direction. Apparently. There's another that comes over there. However, because they're a brute, a rookie, and a guard, there we go. Obviously the answer is no. Hi. Wait. Yeah. Hey, I got a bullet. Only the one though. Shame. So you think this is the door down?
I cannot enter.
You shan't let me in. Where do I go now? Coming through the front, leave through the back. Got it, got it. So the next enemy was right here, which would have been alerted to my presence. What's outside? That's still locked. Or getting relocked. No, no, it doesn't. Oh, hi. I remember this one because you fall down from up there. Because I even double checked being able to come back up here. I have a feeling you faked your way to the top only to come back down, yeah. This is the top way in. This spits me out to the back of the building.
Return at a more convenient time.
I mean, probably. It's usually how it goes. Oh, hi. You shouldn't have. don't see the two that were out here. That's a rat. I've learned. Beaten the tar out of literally everyone to this point. Is this where it wants me? It is. I think it's wanting me down below. Ah! Found it! I just finished reading Doris Fletcher's journal, as painful and dreadful as it was. Oh my god, the woman planned to see everyone in London afflicted by infecting all who would come to her next flight. It helped me understand greatly what is going on. Doris Fletcher's real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of some Harriet Jones, who had been treated as a patient for a long time in the Pembroke Hospital. She clearly hated her mother, but used her fame and notoriety to see her while visiting the poor and sick in the East End. I don't know exactly what happened then, but this is how her mother infected her before returning to the theater. But we don't know that Harriet was infected the entire time.
Harriet wasn't affected. Doris, when you talked to her, specifically said she went to Pembroke and attacked her own mom.
Ah.
So this is backwards.
And how she turned into that monstrosity that the Leech knows as Jonathan Reed finally defeated. The presence of the vampire in the same hospital where Harriet Jones was treated can't be a coincidence. Yes, it can. I am convinced he is deeply involved with the vampire plague going on in London right now. Technically, yes. I am also convinced Swansea is his accomplice. You're not wrong. And that those two are planning something more terrifying than anything the Guard has ever faced. You're completely wrong. Maybe I should take some time and read the old books and manuscripts the Guard still possesses to get some answers. It may provide useful. In the meantime, I better send some patrols to investigate about what is occurring in the Pembroke Hospital. That was 06. This is 08. It took me 2 days to parse through the dusty registers and books we kept in the vault. God, I hate losing time like this. The search did provide useful, for once. I found 2 pages that could be related to our present situation and a copy of William Marshall's memoirs. I took them with me to read more carefully. This creature, Marshall says, he fought in 1666. This disaster that aimed to destroy London is very similar to what happened with Doris Fletcher. Disease, infection, hate of the living. The desire to see the city ransacked. I have no doubt now that this bloody old leech of William Marshall could be behind all this, and that he is back. This could be our greatest accomplishment. If the Guard could at last find and destroy the old bastard, I believe what Marshall did in 1666 is exactly what Reed is now trying to do. Did the creature, this disaster, escape their will? Is it why Marshall destroyed him in 1666 and Reed did the same with Doris Fletcher before she became such a creature? I do not know, but those two are clearly working together, and Swansea is helping them. I will immediately give orders to have him arrested and interrogated. As for Reed, I'll destroy the evil beast myself, and then we'll deal with William Marshall, and the disaster thing Prewin will prevail once and for all.
Doris Fletcher was about to become a disaster. I'm getting close to having all the evidence.
There it is. Maybe I might have to read today.
No, it's going to be just on the way out. Is she brought stuff here to study into it? It's brought images and stuff.
So that should be the way back through. And he'll be there. Yeah. I've seen the light of Vox. That one had nothing in it. Qu'est-ce que le foot?
No, just be down here. But there's a very different place to go.
Okay. This one. Why, hello there. Yours. Back room. Vampire Knight. William Marshall. Forget the legend about the man. One of the most you never hear of, you lazy bastards. Forget the empty tomb in the temple church. Forget the death of those among us who died trying to locate him. We, the guard, know that he is still hiding somewhere. That's the only fact we must keep in mind. Another small detail we need to keep in mind. This little fucker is clever. How many times have we thought that we had cornered him, only to find old dust and cobwebs? Marshall has been a vampire for 1,000 years. We're no match until we can change our plans concerning his hunt. So here are a few questions to you, lazy bastards. I know you want them all answered before speaking of another great hunt to pin Leech down, who helped him escape his den under the temple church. We know now for a fact that the private contractor was paid to move a large coffin from the church a few years before we investigated the tomb. What exactly did the traders of the Brotherhood of St. Paul discuss with Marshall when they met in 1785 in London? The report of this meeting has been burnt, but witnesses remain of a request made by Marshall to access a specific book in their library. Why does the monastery known as Lady Blackwood seem linked to Marshall? They exchanged letters. They went in London. Well, the monstrosity known as Lady Blackwood seemed linked to Marshall. They exchanged letters. She went in London to meet him in 1786, according to the Brotherhood spies. She tried to discreetly buy his castle in Wales in 1793 before fleeing when spotted by our fearless mentor Kendall. See a pattern there? What happened during these few years? Why such agitation and activity? Answer these questions, my brothers, and you will find the path to our most eminent foe, William Marshall, oldest vampire of England to survive our righteous wrath. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Crewin Elder. Then down to The Great Hunt and The Brotherhood of St. Paul Stoll. William Marshall's memoirs. Brotherhood of St. Paul Stoll finally agreed to meet in London. They proposed meeting inside the new Cathedral of St. Paul. I like the wit and solemnity of these men. What a symbol to choose, the place where I defeated this disaster, but also the place where I fell. I agreed to their proposition. There, in sacred silence of the church, under the eye of God, they respectfully listened to me. They acknowledged my victory against the evil creatures, the Astral, the Eater of Stars, who only wished to spread death and pestilence all around her. Since they acknowledged my will to save London in 1666, they heard my request, my burning desire to stop blood of hate. Their primate promised to come back with me with an answer. The primate of St. Paul wrote back to me with just a name, the Tear of Angels. According to him, the ancient artifact could heal anything, cleanse any blackened soul, and purify my blood. Blessed be the Lord, it took me more than 100 years to find a cure for the blood of hate. But I may finally have found it. Soon, raged Starlight. Soon I may repair the wrong that I did and cleanse my failures. For now, all I need to do is retrieve the necessary ingredients to create the artifact. Blood of the purest heart mixed with the blood of a king. I mean, we just fought the blood of a king. To find such a rare ingredient is not what worries me the most, for time is on my side. It is the last part that worries me. Pure essence of garlic. I'm afraid it will literally hurt like hell when I drink the antidote. But if that's the price to pay to cleanse my soul and correct my mistakes, I am ready to endure this
Blood
excruciating
of a
pain.
pure heart, garlic, blood of a king. I don't understand. Perhaps this is what McCullum drank. I had better keep that in mind.
Very well. Evidence safe. Until further notice, this safe will be used to store sensitive evidences. It must always be locked. If you need to access it, just find me on the last floor to get the key. And bloody remember to bring it back to me when you're done. Well,
I should find the key to that box. It's locked.
That is into Swansea's room. Find me on the last floor. Is that the top floor? Don't see anyone up there. Oh, probably. Yeah, that's that. Hello, Bish. Excuse me, sir. I'm looking for Rodney. That's a nuisance. You have an AoE I don't want to deal with. Alright, run down. No, another blood. Well, thank you for waiting. There we go. And the workers are back.
I have it. I can now open the box.
The question becomes, do they use superglue? Thank you, Rodney, by the way.
I really don't know if I should read this.
There we go. That's the notebook.
Edgar. Edgar, can you hear me?
Jonathan, is it really you?
Easy.
Oh, that's the hacksaw of
Easy.
all things he could have pulled.
Save your strength. I'm getting you out of here.
Don't try to spare me. As a physician, I know all too well when it's too late. Punctured lung, broken ribs, internal bleeding. An accurate diagnosis, wouldn't you say?
Edgar, what happened?
They wanted me to confess. Beat me black and blue.
Jeffrey McCullum ambushed me at the Pembroke Hospital. He was convinced you and I were responsible for the Skal epidemic.
I never imagined that self-righteous fanatic would dare to attack us in the open. What became of him?
To prove him wrong, I let him go.
Really? You sure that was the wisest course of action?
No.
Time will tell. The most intriguing part of his accusation was that you and I were the pawns of some ancient vampire.
William Marshall. Yes, they tortured me to make me confess the same nonsense.
I trust you, Edgar, but the Guard of Priwen is onto something.
What do you mean?
William Marshall, for example. You speak of him as if you know him. How is that?
Jonathan, I cannot say I'm ready for another round of questions.
Why would the Guard of Priwen believe you and I created the vampire epidemic?
Maybe due to our profession? Because I offered you shelter at my hospital.
What can you tell me about William Marshall?
Not much. History paints the story he was the greatest knight who ever lived. Amongst the immortals, he had a yet greater legend.
Why is the Guard of Priwen so obsessed with him?
He was the only ancient vampire to escape the first great hunt launched by the Guard of Priwen in 1854. They believe he's an evil creature plotting his return.
Why would he deserve such a reputation?
I cannot say. The Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole has next to no intelligence on him. All I know is that he's supposed to be the oldest of all the British vampires.
While investigating the epidemic, I read some of McCullum's findings. I think you have some explaining to do.
I have nothing to hide, Jonathan. Nothing at all.
Do you remember when we suspected Sean Hampton of killing Harriet Jones?
Yes. The terrible episode that came as a shock to us all.
Harriet Jones faked her own death. When I found her in the sewers, she confessed she wanted everybody to pay for what happened to her.
That woman was extremely bitter, full of hatred and festering anger.
Do you know Doris Fletcher's real name?
No, I'm afraid not.
Her real name was Doris Jones. She was the daughter of Harriet Jones.
What do you want me to say, Jonathan?
Doris Fletcher visited her mother at the Pembroke Hospital. That's how she first got infected.
I know nothing about that. Miss Fletcher once came to visit the sick. That is all I know.
No, Edgar, there is more. Doris Fletcher was Harriet Jones's daughter. They exhibited the same symptoms: blind hate
and strong physical mutation.
What does this sad story have to do with us?
Do you know where we are? Doris Fletcher's theater. This is where that hateful creature plotted to spread the epidemic across London.
I only briefly met Miss Fletcher once when she visited the Pembroke Hospital. You say it was to see her mother. She seemed like such a sweet and graceful woman.
My point exactly. The disease turned her into a bitter soul, driven by vengeance just like her mother. A symptom of all the infected patients.
Certain diseases are known to produce similar effects. Rabies, for example. And rabies is not the devil at work.
Come on, Edgar. Don't you see the pattern here? The epidemic, the link between Doris and Harriet, the suspicion of McCullum?
How could I? I never saw Harriet Jones again after she fled the hospital.
Doris and Harriet shared more than a hidden family bond. They were the embodiment of the epidemic and are linked to the Pembroke Hospital. Come on, Edgar, this is no coincidence.
I swear I'm at a complete loss. All I did was administer vampire blood to cure old Harriet. There was no evil plan, no diabolical plot.
You did what?
I tested the regenerating and healing properties of vampire blood on Harriet Jones. My only intention was to find the cure for influenza, I swear.
Whose blood did you use? William Marshall's? Mine?
Lady Ashbury's. While transfusing her with human blood, humanely appeasing her hunger, I also kept samples of her blood for my research.
You used her blood on Harriet Jones? My God, Edgar, that's unethical. You betrayed 2 of your patients at the same time.
I made a mistake. But what is science if not trial and error?
There are better ways.
We both know it, Jonathan, we both know it.
What a poor justification for your morbid fascination and thirst for glory.
You have worked beside me. You saw what I'm doing at Pembroke Hospital. Jonathan, you know I'm not an evil soul. Just another victim of this tragedy.
He's a pretty good.
Yeah. I would turn him. Yeah.
No, Edgar, you are not going to die. Unless you want to.
What do you mean?
I can save you, Edgar. I can turn your broken body into one like mine.
You truly would? After all I've done, after all that's been said, you would offer me this gift?
I have no way of knowing which punishment would be worse, Edgar. But it is not for me to decide. So?
Oh, please, Jonathan, please. I beg you. This is what I've always wanted. This is what I've always searched for.
Very well, then.
You are a foolish man. The payment for foolishness should never be done.
To face an eternity of guilt.
I'm ready. Oh, indeed, I am ready.
Yeah.
Enough!
Yeah. The dying Swansea. It failed?
It failed? It failed.
Lord.
Other guy knows not to read the note. But everything up to the
Oh, but my most exquisite friend, everything is now ready for your journey to France. We'll leave from Dover on the 17th, and we will spend the whole summer in Paris. I can't wait to taste all the delicate flavors that the wonderful city has to offer, and I can't wait to try them all with you. Music, food, theater, architecture, perfumes, fashion, and you. Oh, what a delight it will be. I already wrote to some of my good artist friends who will be delighted as me to see you on stage in the French theater. Edmund Roslin should be there. I know you like his work very much, and I count on him to introduce us to the magnificent Sarah Bernhardt. That would be the greatest achievement of this journey. I cannot wait to hold you again in my arms, my sweetest delight, and drink again of the source of your divine talent. Your devoted Calhoun. Oh. Swansea will. Period. We're not sure what he will, but he will.
We need to know what for sure plates he wants. After they come back from it.
I'm presuming that would be the lance. The sword? It's a sword.
Return later.
I mean, I could always use an upgraded sword. Where am I? I'm here. So hang right up the street here.
So Harriet Jones became the original carrier when Edgar gave her vampire blood. I must tell Elizabeth.
Perfect. Not going correct.
He's mine! I'll take it!
Up through Waits Chapel and off to Usher Culture.
You're not writing down the character and the mixes of both and
When science fails you,
I knew I wasn't planning on.
which
That poor kid down there. Shoot absolutely clean him. And then there's this fucker over here. Oh, I guess he's doing too bad. Is it here? It is here.
there's always a chance that the vampire blood is much greater.
Best be on your way out! Steady, boys! We've got one of them!
Oh, more people.
Murderous bastard! It's not human! Watch out! Go on! Back to the shadow! I ought to have to stop. With me. Stop that fire!
Let's see what we find inside the manor now. First key. Second key. It's the third key, so where's the second key? It's not upstairs. I feel it maybe. Ah, there it is. That's the first key. 500 shells. Yeah, because that was all three keys I used now. We apparently have a knot in the left-hand side of my jaw right now. I mean, it could be worse. You know, I'm very glad that I had the 3,000 experience needed to turn Swansea.
I got 3,000 from the
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get Usher Palfrey. His Book of Doom. His Doom book, if you will. His Book of Criminal Dealings, if you won't. He's not there. Oh no, he is.
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
I found your notebook. The one the guard of Priwen stole from you.
And you've brought it back to me. That's excellent news, Jonathan. Were you able to keep yourself from reading it?
Yes. I give it back to you untouched.
Then, my friend, you deserve a little something to reward your fortitude. Please, have this, with my gratitude.
What's in the notebook?
I can't answer you, Jonathan, since you chose not to open it.
Imagine it.
Have you any news concerning Aloysius Dawson?
You unburdened his heart and cleared his mind. A most elegant solution, I must say, Jonathan.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander, yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. You and the Empress.
What am I looking for? The name of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stool comes from the mythical figure of Paul Aldrilian, Latin Paulinus Aldrilianus, the great Welshman evangelist of the 6th century. Paul Aurelian is supposed to have died in 575 at the age of 140, and was one of the 7 founding saints of Brittany. According to the legend of St. Paul, Aurelian used his sacred stole as a leash to tame the ferocious dragon, and then cast a terrible beast into the sea. The saint is now long gone, but we of the Brotherhood keep his soul as a precious relic. Some call it the Brotherhood of the Stole, or even the Stole. We are the secret society of scholars who observe and identify the presence of and activity of the vampires in Great Britain. Known as the Watchers, the men and women of the Brotherhood vow to express neutral attitude towards vampires. We believe we can be useful guides for these immortals, sometimes tempted to unleash their appetite. We postulate that the vampires are not evil by essence. Over centuries, we have witnessed that some vampires are able to transcend their predatory nature to protect mortals. The great mythological or historical figures which we knew were vampires proved that enlightened immortals might agree to protect and guide mankind through difficult ages. Above the Watchers are the Legates, who represent the authority of the primate wherever they go. As such, they have the right to call the Ban of the Dragon. It is an ancestral ritual known only by the primate himself, used when the time comes, and proof has been gathered that another beast must be cast into the sea. The gathering and study of ancient texts are our main source of information used to understand the origin and behavior of the immortals. Recently, I decided that our legates should be allowed to travel and explore all parts of the world, to expand our field of researches, blessed by the sacred stole. The bravest of our watchers even dare to approach and contact vampires to interview them and gather intelligence at the source. We still have so much to learn and discover. Our journeys may never end, and that may be the greatest beauty of our task. From Whispers of Our Past by Usher Talltree of the Primate of St. Soul. Okay, so entry. Yeah. I mean, that would be circle.
So the circle is right in front of the entry.
What are the guards trying
Okay, so looking at it, this is the bottom.
So fishes first.
Which one is the fish?
I don't know. Cool.
Over here. Fish is first. So fish.
Circle. Circle.
the sword. Recollections of Paulus Aurelianus. To any of my legates, or any clever stranger who would one day decipher the code leading to this parchment, this was not written for you, but for me. As the founder of the Brotherhood of St. Paul Stoll, I have many names and too long a story. These few lines are meant to help me remember who I was, what choices I made, and why I did what I chose to do. To never cease to inquire about the immortals, and firmly banish any of them who would prove evil. Through the centuries of my long life, I've been given many names, many titles, but I remember being born on the beautiful Isle of Albion. I forgot the precise date, but I was told it was during the summer of the first quarter of the 5th century, after the birth of the Christian Messiah. So that would be 525. I vaguely remember my mother's voice as sweet and fresh as honey when she sang to my older brother and me. She named me Paul and my brother Hermes. My father was a strong knight of the kingdom of Penikin? That's a name. I think I had a happy childhood. I learned to read, and I was taught by wise men. Then the Saxons came, and all was lost. The invaders came from the east and took the land. That was before the false prophet, now known as the Horned Trickster, this one again, presented himself in front of the king Grothigir. There we go. To foresee the flight of the red and the white dragons, and defeat our people. His words were so powerful that the king made him an advisor. As soldiers, as warriors, my father and my brother had no choice but to stand by their king and fight as a priest. As a priest, I was free to choose another path. After the death of our mother, I led the exile of my people. I led them across the sea to the young, the old, the sick, to the islands of Ushant and Bats, to the city of Oisimor, where we had to learn new languages. And in all these places I went, I spoke truth and the true faith, and I spoke about the devil and his crooked horns. With the years, I almost forgot about the face of my mother and the forests of my youth, about the fall of our land and the death of my relatives. I had so much more to accomplish. I was a bishop, and I had a flock to guide. My eyes looked into the future. I forgot how to remember my previous life. I was old and at peace when my brother Hermes found me, many years after his tomb had been sealed. I saw his dead flesh walk towards me in the dim light of the evening, and his rotten mouth spoke ill of me. He called me a traitor, for I had fled the land of our ancestors, while he remained to fight. The trickster was his master now. He had granted him unnatural and prolonged life. I called my own brother the son of the dragon, and the dragon himself, for that was what he had become, but refused to listen. He wanted me to join him and to help him protect Albion, to unite her people against the next battles to come. To achieve victory, he offered me everlasting life. As I refused, he attacked me, and his fangs and claws went deep into my flesh. Finally, I managed to bind him with my scroll, and the power of God struck him. Then I sent him away, back to the sea and to the shadows, forbidden to ever come back. This is the true story of my brother, and of my soul. This is how we were both defeated, for my words did not convince him, and his bite corrupted me. Soon I died, and I rose from the grave forever to walk under the clouded moon. I drank the blood. I changed my face. From the crime I had committed upon my own kin, I swore to move back to Albion. There I would watch and protect the land my own way. Strengthened by my faith, blinded by the sun of my weakness, I would make strength, a ray of hope in the darkness for the centuries to come. Under many disguises, among the living, bound to my oath to protect the living from the threat of the dragons, and ready to ban any of them who would prove evil. The true dragon name. I fair enough. It currently does 210, which is the same as the saber. This is the official Dragonbane, apparently. Will it let me talk to you?
Good evening, Jonathan Reed. Can I help you in any way?
First of all, you cannot spit my name at me when I talk to you.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander. Yet it's perhaps London will survive the epidemic, but I see terrible trials.
Where's the nearest thing from here? That is back across and up over here. Compared to some of the other vampires, Jonathan is not as pale. Which seems to be mostly that because a lot of the vampires were turned much after they hit their, what was he, 31 when he was turned? King Arthur's blood, William Marshall's blood. On a dose of insulin. Let's see. There we go.
Mine too.
Yeah. Which I mean is an interesting way to have gone about it, lore-wise. All the people you think would be turned into a vampire, you wouldn't think that a bishop, a priest, would be able to be turned into a vampire.
Just the religious purpose.
The power of true faith. Hello, friend.
I don't care! You're mine!
Sir, I'd like to move. Would like to reach your facing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time, your money, and whatever else you've decided to leave me in this mess. What was down over here? Alright, these two.
Steady, boys!
I swear, Father, I've not been a bad boy this year.
Oh, is these really trucks?
Yeah. I mean, not on.
Not that one.
Those ones, yes. Do we have any more quests that I've not done? I've not. Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. A great night, what?
Hello, sir. I'd like to
I
try.
may have a look at your goods, Mr. Russell.
You do not have what I'm looking for, just straight up.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Calhoun, tell me about your relationship with Doris Fletcher.
Oh, Doris. Cold fire and burning ice trapped in a perfect body. Our passion was as intense as it was brief. What an actress.
How did you meet her?
On a boat to France before the war. She was thinking about a career in Paris, and I was eager to try French gastronomy. We both returned disappointed.
I expect you've seen her on stage, too.
She really is the best actress of her generation. Such frailty and such strength at the same time. I hope she'll play again soon. She's been away for too long.
You sound surprisingly sad. Have you regrets?
I think of her as a divine dish. I'm glad I was able to taste it, but I regret I could only get a bite of her mystery.
You really loved her then?
She fascinated me, Dr. Reed. I can't imagine what she must have endured through her life to reach such a level of emotion and sensibility.
Fair enough.
Goodbye, Mr. Russell. I'm sure you'll take care of yourself.
Well done. Clarence, we have words to speak, you and I.
Good evening, old chap. Are you all right?
I won't lie to you, Johnny. I'm not a well man.
Do you realize you are ruining your family, Clarence? Don't you see the risk here?
Money isn't important. Not important when it is a matter of life and death. That is what my dear Venus cannot understand.
I can't believe I'm telling you this, but if warning people is that important to you, why not choose a more efficient way to spend your money?
Don't you think I tried? I knocked at every door, went to every bank, I even tried to be published. No, Jonathan. This is a one-man war.
People will laugh at you, if they don't already. Think about your wife and your position. Think about your future.
I understand my wife's embarrassment, but gossips don't kill, vampires do.
Oh, gossips can kill you.
There'll be no future if people don't open their eyes.
You need some rest, Clarence. You should try to sleep.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ain't safe here, over there! There's one of them moving! I'll send you to hell. Die, vermin!
So he can't come any closer than that.
Want some of this?
Oh, I'd like you to not throw away the asteroids technically.
I'll put an end to you!
Making things.
Burn it!
The other guy seems to be.
Oh, I know it's still burning.
Watch it! He's a killer!
I suppose that's fair.
And then this is all ground at your feet and you walk over the fireball, you get to go on fire.
That's terribly unfortunate for him. Yes. Which Lady Ashbury is also the hunger unfed.
What good fortune brings you back to me, Jonathan? What is it, my dear?
I'm afraid it's bad news, Elizabeth. The worst, actually.
Please, speak up.
Edgar is no longer in McCullum's grasp. I resolved that matter.
Where is our good friend now? Is he well?
Of a sort. His injuries were mortal. I had no choice but to make him one of us. To save him. Or to punish him.
To punish him? I fail to understand. And what is the source of this cold tone in your voice?
Edgar Swansea was responsible for the Skal epidemic, Elizabeth. It was he who unleashed the deadly scourge upon London.
What? Are you certain? This is the most terrible accusation of all.
He confessed everything to me. He sought to cure the disease, to exploit vampire blood to stop the epidemic. But he unwittingly gave birth to a catastrophe.
All those poor victims. How could he do it? What happened?
Her eyes are green and not blue.
Edgar gave no heed to ethics. His theory could have been proven to be correct, but he abused the confidence of his patients to test it.
I must say I'm shocked, Jonathan. Who would have thought it? And the poor patient. Let me guess. It was Harriet Jones, was it not?
Yes. That explains how Doris Fletcher was infected, and how she became an Icor. She secretly visited her mother at Pembroke.
Then we have no choice. We must act quickly, Jonathan. We must return to the sewers and put an end to the threat poor Harriet embodies.
I have one more matter to discuss with you. Harriet Jones was the primary case, but do you know what a healthy carrier is?
There is a tone in your voice that frightens me, Jonathan. What are you trying to say?
It was your blood Edgar used for his experiment on Harriet Jones.
What? No. No. This can't be. Oh.
Elizabeth, are you all right?
No, I have to go.
What do you mean?
Leave me alone. Save the city, Jonathan. Save what can be saved.
Elizabeth, I need answers. Why did your blood
Stay
cause
away
this?
from me. Please. I swear I never was your
Wait!
enemy.
No! Elizabeth!
She's working on a different painting now than she was.
She won't tell us who her name was. Ever. And
It's locked, all right.
she's never ever met me ever about how she was changed. The river is also making step up, which is interesting.
First to Westfield to get the blood.
Now would be a
of
good time to blend the
William
recipe
Marshall.
Marshall used when he fought the disaster. I think I know where to find what I need.
So that would be King Arthur's blood.
Over there! There's one of them!
Excuse me, I don't want any. Thank you. Where is my house? Should be just around the corner on this street. My house in the middle of the street.
Whose blood could be purer than that of William Marshall? Lord Redgrave will have to spare me a trouble.
I'm going to sit on the bed. And I'm actually going to end the stream there. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you all had an absolutely beautiful time. And we hope to see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow, I believe it's either Minecraft or Alien Isolation, depending on how I'm feeling. And let's see who we can send you to. What? We haven't rated Wobbecat in an age and a half. He's playing again with Rocket League. Everybody tell him I say hi. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Again, thank you and bye-bye.